This engine has, during the time of these pictures were taken, 387,340. It's a 2020 Toyota Corolla hybrid. Now the spark plugs were changed. This is a 57,000 mile interval. You know, you're supposed to change your spark plugs every 30,000 miles. You can look up your specific service data. Every 30,000 miles. That was my target, but I missed it. We made it to 57,000 miles. And this is what it looks like. So when the engine heats and cools and the moisture, you're going to get rust. This is what you're seeing. You're seeing rust. And it looks like a little oil. Right there, dried up. There's a little bit of oil, but there was, let's get another picture a little closer. It looks like oil. Very small amount. Rust after 57,000 miles. That's what the spark plugs look like. Rust, and it's just from moisture. So that's normal looking, especially after 57,000 mile interval. See more rust. It was a mixture of oil, dirt. It's very, very small amounts. So that's what it looks like after 57,000 miles from changing your spark plugs. But remember, this engine is over 387,000 miles. Toyota Corolla Hybrid 2020. That's just rust. Now, when I put the new plugs in, I put some anti-seize on there so that'll help lubricate it and make sure they come out a little easier. Now these came out fairly simple. It wasn't a struggle. Just turned it counterclockwise very slowly and all four came out. That was the pictures I have. I have some video for you next time. This is 57,000 mile spark plugs, what they look like in a 387,000 mile engine. These are the coil packs. No issues really with the engine. You know, it's obviously it's a Toyota. It's noisy. It's a 4-cylinder. It's noisy. I just keep the oil changed. But no leaks, no issues. You know, it doesn't have the exact amount of power it had when it was brand new. It has 387,000 miles on it. I can probably run this engine to 600,000 miles, but no oil leaks. These are the Iranium spark plugs from AutoZone, and it takes 016 oil. All right, so this is your 57,000 mile spark plug, what it looks like. get this oil change done. Pinch well. Use the space for the jack stand. Pretty straightforward. Going to 75,000 miles with really just comprehensive issues. Well, I had to put 2 new tires on. They were about $100 a piece from National Tire and Battery. Rested on the jack stand. There. And keep the jack up. That's kind of high. Loosen the oil cap. It's always a little stuck, so I use these. Oil cap is loose, but I kept it on. All right, what next? Oil drain pan. That last month or so's oil still in there. And I'll drop it. I'll drive directly to the Advanced Auto to empty it. That's what I use. There's a little air thing I gotta open up. Roll in and out faster. Everything's tight. You can see that, right? That's what I use. All right. Under. So I normally loosen the oil filter, then loosen the drain plug. $14mm ratchet I got. I forget the name of it. Oh, it's right here. Tom Mars, if you care. 14mm socket, and these right here. All right, got a grip on the very end, a tight grip, and turn slowly. Now today I have what I normally like, because it has the grip. I can just grip the pliers on that and turn it. It's the Fram PH4967. Says 10,000 miles. Now I always do highway miles. So highway miles, they say, is better on your oil than city driving. So I always do highway miles anyway. So I do about 10,000. They say 3-5. Nah, I do about 10,000. I do between like 7,000 probably to 10,000. And I never have any issues. All right. I hope you can see it says 10,000 on there. Not right there. Yeah, different language. This is 10,000. See that? All right. So, oil. Amazon, I buy them in 3s. Right there. Buy them in 3s. I think it's about $70-something. 0.16. Alright, guys, on this, unloosen the filter, and then unloosen the drain plug. Alright. Paper towels. Where towels at? I'll see if these to catch some of the oil. Alright. So far so good. Someone asked in the comments about did I do an underbody coat, a coating under. I didn't do an undercoat to protect the what I guess the suspension and steering parts from rusting. I don't live in a rust belt. I live in, let's say, the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Wilmington, Delaware area. So not really worried about rust too much. And under here doesn't look too bad. So all right, let's get this filter off. And when you put the filters back on, they don't need to be super tight. So when you take them off, it won't come off too difficult. Yeah, and it's spinning pretty good. Let me I think if I do that, I'm working extra hard for you guys. This has to filter right there. All right, I think it's as good as we can get it. So, get the towel ready. This is as good as we can get it. I gotta get closer. All right. Now, when I'm out in the street, well, I think when I'm out in the street, I can do this the same way. I just be subject to the elements. So I have to really be very intentional and be very prepared, especially in the colder months. If you can see that. This is the STP filter on here now. Extended life. This is what I do. I like to, sometimes anyway, take the filter off first. And plug is right here. I think I should probably change that too. But again, this is end of life. Of course, I'm trying to pay a little bit of debt off first before I make the purchase so I can get a lower interest rate on the RAV4 hybrid. So, all right, I'm gonna put that filter on before I do anything. I normally do put a little, what I was taught to put a little used oil. I don't know if I can show you. I got one hand under here. On the seal, put a little used oil on the seal. And give the area. See, if I have both sides jacked up, I guess next time I'll do the oil change, I'll jack both sides of the car up so you can see it. So you have a perfect sight. Yeah, if I had jacked it, because the camera's under the transmission. So it's a little lower where the camera is, so I can't get it quite under there. So next time I'll jack both sides of the car up. Or SUV, hopefully. Next time you see another oil change video, maybe I'll have a, well, no, I'm doing the transmission fluid change. The transmission is right above the camera. So I'll do that in a few days. All right, so I go hand tight. Hand tight. And is this car burning oil? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Remember, this is all highway miles. I go hand tight. I'm left-handed. This is when I'm using my right hand. So I'm not using my dominant hand. So right there, I think that's probably even still too tight. Let me see, go back. All right, go back. Yeah. I've never had issues with oil filters. Well, that's not true. All right. There's a reason why I started favoring the Fram, is because of me piercing the STP or a different brand and being scared to death I wouldn't be able to get it off while in a apartment parking lot driveway. Well, apartment parking lot. All right, let's get that filter. Rest of the oil drained. Let's put you to the side. And the trick is not to spill anything, or at least get it to the right position, where I can catch the rest of it. And I always forget what position this is in. I wrote it down. I think it's toward the right of the car. Let's try that. Yep, toward the right of the car. All right, so I'm turning toward the right of the car. Up. Put the wrench down. I'm gonna spill some. So this oil pan is good for obviously doing the oil changes on the ground. That's why it's so flat like that. Yeah, recut it. Recut it. Put that in the center. Wipe my hand off. And get the pan in position for the flow rate to change without hitting the camera. All right. There we go. There we go. And when I'm done the oil change, I'll give you the interval. What miles just is it changed at? I forget. I was supposed to do this last week or 2 weeks ago. Alright, flow rate is changing. We're gonna let that drip. I guess you can just fast forward it if you don't want to see it drip. Alright. And remember, I have the car tilted to the left. The right side is jacked up. So I guess I could drain more out if it was more level. But we made it to 475 doing it this method. I have it jacked up a little bit higher than normal. And I would normally jack it up. I think I jacked it up this high. About on the last rung, if that's the right word, on the jack stand. I don't know if you can see that over there. Last rung. You probably just want to fast forward this. What else do I need up top? I need a funnel. We'll clean that funnel off and get it into position up top, but leaving the cap on until I get up there. All right, on that, I'm gonna take a new shop towel, and clean the filter, the funnel. New shop towel, clean the funnel, inside and out. Just trying to just reduce the amount of debris in the engine. Introducing new, don't want to introduce too many new. Obviously, it's not possible not to introduce new debris, but you know, try to get the old or new motor oil off from your hands, and possible contaminants, debris. All right, so that's pretty much going to drip forever. You know, of course, if you really wanted to do a better job, you would. That would be superfluous. Take the oil pan off, let it drain like that. Change the oil pan gasket. But again, it's not leaking. That's superfluous. It's just too much to do that. And we're at 475,000 miles. We just want to keep this transmission. I've neglected the transmission. It's not hydraulic. It's just fluid, lubricant based for the Toyotas. but I gotta drain that fluid, and I'll do that on the next video to get at least to use this as a car to drive around town. You know, I'm not going to get rid of it, not going to sell it. I remember my first car I leased, no, I financed. You know, dealer got me and got me to trade in my car. Yeah, that I should have kept. So it was a 2001 Camry, and I traded in a 91 5-speed Accord when I got the 2001 Camry, and he cheated me. He didn't even give me money for it. He just used the plates for the new car. So this car, right, that was years ago. This car around, not trading this car in. I have the title. Transmission's good. Engine's, it's good. It's lasting. We're at 475,000 miles on everything. But we're not gonna trade this car in. We're gonna keep it. Now, when I start going on the road, that's the issue. If I do the mobile thing and I'm on the road with no home, where would I keep the car? Well, I had to keep it in a legally parked space, registered and insured on a public spot. Or I could just keep it near a friend. Yeah, I would do that. I would keep it near a friend's residence, where you can, you know, check up on it, you know, every day, because they'll see it every day. But it'll be in a public spot. So I would have to find that. That would be the issue. I would have to find a place to store this car, either publicly or privately. So more likely it would be in public, and I gotta watch out for street parking, special events, etc. So I would have to stay in the area with 2 cars if I'm going to do the mobile thing, you know, living in the car. All right, just want to make sure the cap was loose up top, so I'll make sure it was draining correctly. We have the right amount. All right, so it's at a trip, so you can't do anything about that unless, you know, make the job much longer. And remember, I'm on the ground, so. All right, we go hand tight. I could do the brake clean thing. Spray that, but we're not gonna do that this time. All right, I'm sure there is a torque spec. Change you, so toward the car, toward the right side to, I already changed it already, didn't we? We turn it to the right side of the car to unloosen it, and then we're going to turn it to the left side to tighten it. I think it's like 30. I have a torque wrench, but yeah, we're not going to use it. All right, and that's probably too tight, but there we go. All right, job well done. All right, so now we got to go up top. Let's not edit this. Let's just keep it in real time. Let's keep it in real time so we don't gotta edit. Let me put this up top. That's the funnel. You out the way, and let's drag you. You can't take your phone call right now. All right, good. I don't know. Do you like edits or like raw videos? What do you prefer? Let's clean this filter again. This takes, I believe, 4 1/4 quarts. I normally do 4 1/2. So I normally do 4 1/2. Make sure it's clean and the valve cover is dirty. So let's do that. We're not going to interrupt any dirt. You gotta put it on, put it in there. Not going to interrupt any dirt. Clean the lip off. place it sitting up. Not any dirt on top. Gonna get the oil. 016, hope you can see that. 016. All right, Amazon, or you can get it at your local Walmart. They have good deals on oil. Forget exactly how much it was. Opens up. It doesn't have the seal, what you call it, the aluminum seal anymore. Just straight raw. I don't know if I can show you that. I don't spill any. I probably can't. Don't want to spill any. All right, so let's pour. It's tight down there. Oil filter is tight. Plug is tight. All right, start pouring. I hope you can see that. I arrange it so you can see it. I'm not gonna risk looking at the camera again. All right, so how do I estimate if I have the right amount of oil? So what I normally do, I just try to pour most of it in. That makes sense. Until I feel it's almost empty. So it should be about a quart left. So the target is to get 4 quarts in here. And then we'll use our eye to get half a quart more. I believe the actual capacity, the proper level I should say, is 4 1/4 quarts. Not 4 1/2, but I always put 4 1/2. I've been doing that, so that's not going to hurt it. All right, you do what you wish with your own, car, but I do 4 1/2. All right, so let's see. I know we put it on the ground and look. All right, we got 2 more quarts left. 2 more quarts left. So we're gonna put a quart in. So it was 4 quarts. Check it again. Check it again. We're at 1 1/2. All right. Don't want to put 5 in. That's what we're trying to avoid, putting 5 quarts in. Which probably it could take it. I've never put 5 quarts in, but let's see. All right, we're at about 4 quarts. It says 1 quart left. 1 quart is left. All right, so I'm just going to be very gingerly, about half a quart. I think that's about right. I don't think I can really show on the camera, but let me see. Yeah, you can't really see it. It's about right here. Right here. So it's about 4 1/2 quarts. All right. Meaning it's less than 1 quart left, the capacity. So you go down, it's about right here. So I did about 4 1/2 quarts. Let me check it again on the ground. Can't ground yet. It's about at that last point. It's whoa, see? Shits and giggles. That's bam. Probably overdoing it, but bam. 475,000 miles. Well, we don't want to have any oil leaks either, so it's not use that as an excuse because it's high mileage. All right, without disturbing the dust, tighten it up. This could use a good cleaning, but I can look up how to clean the valve cover. All right, so oil change is done. I'm gonna check the level. Well, put it down. Check the level because the right side of the car is jacked up. All right, and I always save. I'm used to, you know, Hondas, Accords, Toyotas burning oil, well, really Hondas. So I'm always, you know, from, you know, back in the day, always think it's going to burn oil, but this engine's never burned oil. And refund issued. Yep. So Amazon just came in real time. They refunded my $230 for the headlamp assemblies. Show you the beginning of the video. Shows you the right headlight. Well, the lights are off now. Right headlamp assembly, which is, I believe, at the dealer, I think it's like $500. All right. That's the right side. This is out. All right. High beams still work, and the running lights around it still work. Turn signals still work. All right. So this fully works. This is the left side. It's yes, it's a combination, I believe. Headlight and high beam and low beam. I believe it's in one unit, if I'm not mistaken, or it's right here. I forget. But either way, for the hybrid vehicles, you cannot replace the LED headlight, which is, I think, really, I think they're ripping people off. Now again, the amount of driving I've done on this car, 475,000 miles since 2019, brand new. The headlamp assembly should have lasted the life of the vehicle. So, again, but still, you should be able to change the bulb. And I checked. I had the Corolla gasoline one here, and it was different. It didn't fit. I thought it was the right one, so I had to take the headlamp assemblies I received were for the regular gasoline Corolla 2020. None of the cables matched up. So I can show you. And I was extremely pissed. You probably can't see too much, but right there. There's the white one. The gray one. All right, it didn't line up, and it looked different. So we're getting through it. We're getting through it. At nighttime, I can still see. So the running light around it, like a light that goes around it, still works. You should have saw in the beginning of the video. Just the low beam doesn't work. Which again, I'm really pissed that Toyota decided to make it an assembly, so you have to buy the whole assembly. You can't just change the LED bulb. So, all right, let's get this thing down and check the level. Turn the towel. Floor is dusty, so I don't want to. The stand I have it on, I'm trying to keep it clean, the bottom of it clean. It's a suction cup little device. Let's get you there. Bam. Excuse the road noise. Excuse the road noise. All right, that's light here. But soon I'm probably going to be out on the street, on the road, doing these auto repairs. All right, let's clear everything from under it first. Let's try that. And we'll clean the oil pan up too. So we jack it up first. And lower it. You can see that. Let's check under the car, make sure there's nothing under there. All right. It's a little faster than I normally like, but that's lowering. I like to lower it a little slow. Right. Push to the side. What I normally do is an initial check with the car off. It's a landing for for you guys. Fresh towel. Of course, it's going to be not registering right. Gotta run it. Should need the camera up here while I start the car. Yeah, we'll leave it up here. All right. Well, you can't see it. Is there a light on it? Yeah, you really can't see it, but if you can, you can. I don't think you can, though. Looks good, but we gotta run the engine. Now to run the engine. So let's start her up for about 5 seconds. That's what I do, about 5 seconds. Okay, all right. There shouldn't be too much vibration. 4-cylinder. All right, let's go. Fire her up. Highly doubt it's going to be an accurate reading still, but we know how much we put in. We technically don't know how much we took out, but we know how much we put in. From what I see, maybe a little bit more sunlight. Yeah, it's above the 2 lines, but that's to be expected. Car was running. I've never gotten an accurate. Well, let me say never. Because in the past I've gotten excellent readings, but I wiped it off already. But it's supposed to be between the 2 lines, and we know how much we put in. We put in 4.5. So that's the end of the oil change and the update on the 2020 Corolla Hybrid, and pretty much all the problems. Well, that's one more thing. Now, when I'm riding on the road, because I have no fenders, there's a slight vibration. All right, and I believe that is because I have it's not aerodynamic under, if I'm saying that right. So I'm getting a little vibration, so I can see this, you know. And you can see the headlight moving a little bit. So yeah, but so that's the sound I believe I'm hearing. The axles look good. You should have saw the video with the wheel bearing assembly, the hub assemblies. Those are good. Everything else, that's getting a little dark. Bring some light with us. Everything else is running pretty good. Oh yeah, rear brakes. They need to be done. Okay, so tomorrow I'll get online and look for rear brakes, and we'll do the rear brakes. I think there's anything else. That's all the problems. Oh, and the engine compartment's dirty. It's very dirty. But yeah, this thing's a monster. It's a beast. Definitely. Oh yeah, we gotta change the fluid. Because over time the antifreeze becomes acidic and it starts melting, corroding the hoses. So that's the right word, if that's the right word. So we have to do a fluid flush. All right. So we got to look up how to do that. Both the radiator and for the radiators here, and for the inverter. All right, that's the electric motor for the Toyota hybrids. Right there, and the radiator and the condenser up here. But the radiator. So I believe it's one system, or it might be two. So I'll have to look it up. All right, we did the plug. Should have saw that video. That's it. She's gonna keep going. I'm sure she'll make it over 500,000 miles. This is my only car, so I definitely have to, within the next month, purchase a new car, because I depend on this car. It's my only means of transportation and work. Temporary solution. Yeah, I'm doing it. We're gonna do that. It'll have to do. We're not buying anymore. All right, we're off to change dump the used oil. Advanced Auto. Now, at this Advanced Auto, I guess they had an issue with customers dropping other fluids besides motor oil. So you actually have to sign a paper saying that this is only motor oil and not anything else. I always like to back up. I don't like being too close to the door. That's just me. How you doing? Let's need to dump this used motor oil.
We don't take used motor oil anymore.
Don't?
Nope.
Any Advanced Auto or just this one?
Right now, as far as I know, it's this one. I don't know about the other ones.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. They don't accept used motor oil at this specific location. Okay. All right. So we gotta drive to another location. Oh, that sucked. All right, we got to drive to find it's an AutoZone. It's a few miles down the road. I guess people were, yeah, like I said, I didn't know that they didn't accept it anymore. I guess people were bringing, into that Advanced Auto, bringing other fluids, and every time, I guess they get different types of fluids, they get fined to whoever they send the oil off to. So we gotta go to this AutoZone down the road and see what we can do. I never dumped oil here before, but we'll see. We will see. About 2 miles away. I'll get back to you when I get there. Alright, I'm approaching this AutoZone. Hopefully they take my oil. That was a little odd that the other place didn't take the oil, but let's see. Let's see what happens here. So this AutoZone is dumping my oil. They're dumping the oil. That's $40 for one. Okay, went well. They took it. They took the oil. AutoZone took it. So I'm gonna open up a commercial account with AutoZone. I have a LLC with the EIN number, so just gonna one day walk into AutoZone and say, "You want to open up a commercial account? Bring my portfolio, obviously." That shutter. And focus. I guess you don't need to be focused. So I'm gonna head back to the fort, and today was insightful. Got this video out. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll be doing more videos about, car living, repairs I'm doing in the car, repairs I'm doing in other cars. So come along with me on this journey. Until next video. On this road test this water pump, see if we can get the code to come back, and we can pick up something at the same time. But I gotta get the speed up to and temperature and speed, so before I get to my destination it may not get hot enough for the coolant pump code to come back, if it ever comes back. I just want to catch it in real time. I should have grabbed a picture or video before. Get it on the way back, or we'll just have to keep driving until it comes on. Well, I'll set a 15-minute time limit, because when it originally went off, the coolant, engine light for the coolant pump, I didn't get more than, let's say, 10 minutes out. So we'll set a 15-minute time limit. Well, we don't want to get stranded, so we gotta calculate this. How I do this circuit. Don't want to get stranded. Hopefully, well, not hopefully, but maybe it was just a glitch. And it just showed up one time. Well, it repeatedly did it. Engine light would come on, engine would shut down, and it would say, pull over to the side of the road. So, we gotta get this engine nice and hot, and that'll probably bring the code back up. But I'm gonna have to drive a little more aggressively. Hopefully it'll come up. Now, do I feel, even if it doesn't come up, do I feel comfortable really driving this? After that happened, I think it happened 4 times. 4 times. What I would do, anticipating that it was going to happen, I would just turn the car off, or put it in park, turn the car off, and put it back in drive, and it would just be completely gone. And I could drive again. I still stayed like below 45 miles an hour. When I got closer to home, then I started speeding up. Okay, I got 4 more blocks to go. Let me just speed up to 50 or 60 so I can make it home a little faster. So it would repeatedly give me the code, flash the engine light, pull over, engine would lose power. I would press on the gas, the accelerator, and it would not do anything. So I would pull over to the shoulder and turn the car, put it in park, turn the car off and on, and it would be like it never even happened. Let's see if we can get her up. These lights. If I get on the expressway, I don't want to get stuck, so I'm not getting on the expressway. The thing about these hybrids, the engine's going to keep cutting off, so the temperature's going to not be consistent. Alright. Well, I could just leave it in park and just take it to 2,500 RPM. I could do that. But let's see if we can get her done on the road. And like driving forward, feel a little more comfortable. Okay, I know that, you know, there's a difference between, you know, idling or revving the engine and driving down the road. Performance difference. So I think driving down the road versus just staying there parked and, you know, revving at 2,500, I think I'll get a better, more authentic, recurring engine light if I were to just drive it. And if it comes back on, I have to pull over to the shoulder, take the camera down, and so you can see it. See if we can get her done. All right. Half a second. Slow down. Yeah, it's approaching the neighborhood, so gotta slow down. About 3 blocks. Oh, this is a street, not really a block. Biker. I gotta slow down and the engine cuts off. So I gotta slow down anyway. See, originally when it happened, I was, you know, on my way to work, and I'm like, I'm not trying to record. I'm just trying to like figure out what the hell's going on. So I didn't think of capturing the image or at least the video. Which next time I definitely will be ever vigilant. All right. And we're off. Let's do this. Was still training when I was working for a dealership. They would get me to drive the cars to either get a problem to come back up, engine light or something, or after they clear the codes from a repair, and I would drive, set the, the monitors back so they could run it through inspection. So it's bringing back some memories. Alright, I think this is a good test. Without hitting any lights, I can stay on the gas. Water pump should have a chance to malfunction. A fair chance. It's definitely intermittent. For what we got? 481,498. 481,498. Goal was 500,000. We got a little shoulder here, small, but on the other side, there's no shoulder. If I want to break down going back the other way, if I take the way back out, oh man, no shoulder over here either. Yeah, I got my 4 ways on, throw it in park, turn it off, turn it back on, hopefully it starts back up. But the only issue I really see, you got some engine vibration and just that one glitch. And a little shoulder here. Engine light. Coolant circuit B open. This is fair. Definitely intermittent. This is a fair shot. So when it originally happened, I was going about this distance. The engine has not cut off yet. It's been at about just over 1,000 RPM. I'm going above 50. Let's say that. Just above 50. Safe to going long distances now with this, with that potential water pump problem? No. But if this proves anything, it may not be an issue. Fishing over here, probably. Yeah, they're fishing. Yeah. They're fishing. Nothing. That was a good little test. Is the engine's hot? So nothing. Should I make a U-turn or should I? I don't like going past. Come on. You stopped at the road first. Come on. I'm on the right side, so if they stop at the road first, even if I'm at the right side, I'll let them go unless they wave me through. Right, come on. You stop first. I don't care what side you want. Just go. This is a little farther away. There's some cars coming up. Let them pass. I could keep going and loop around like that, but I'll just go back this way. It's still shorter if I turn back now. You can see the cornfields. Alright. Nothing so far, nothing. Everything looks perfect. Like that water pump issue was never an issue. Like it was. I didn't miss a day of work because of it. Engine did not cut off. It was straight up, it was at about 1,000, just above 1,000 RPM, 1,300 the whole time. Well, once I reached the proper speed. Yes, still fishing. Like it never happened. It never happened. I can get it up a little higher, a little faster. Let's see. 50 miles an hour. Let's go. Let's go. That's what the sign says. It says 50, right? Let's go. Going 50. Nothing. Got it above 3,500 RPM. 3,500 RPM. Nothing. Intermittent problem. Whether that's an intermittent problem, I can't risk. Can't risk. As far as I drive, I cannot risk the intermittent coolant pump problem. Yeah, this is a fair test, and couldn't get the code to come back. Nothing. No lights are on. Nothing. Almost at the end of this. Yeah. That stretch back there should have came on. Have you guys ever experienced something like that? Wish I got a picture of the lights, of the engine light in real time when it happened. Still, I'll just use this to drive around my neighborhood. Within the state. But I got over damn near 500,000 miles out of this water pump. So from my research, like I said in my last video, that they last about 100,000 miles, but that's probably over like 10 years. You know, we got to 100,000 miles in 5 years. Over 481,000 miles in 5 years. So not equivalent. Well, maybe it is equivalent. Maybe it is equivalent. Or more miles over 10 years. Say 100,000 miles in 10 years. We got nearly 500,000 miles in 5 years. So you do the math. All right. Nothing. No error codes. All right. Now let's identify some parts here. All right. In the last video, I pointed to here and said electric motor. I didn't mean directly right here. All right. You have the engine, the gasoline engine here. You have that water pump down there. All right. That's the water pump down there. All right. 016 oil. You have the inverter. The invert. This is the what I'm actually pointing at is the inverter. This boosts the electrical current. All right. It converts it. It jumps it to a higher voltage. All right. Now under it, and let's say a little to the rear, you have the transmission and electric motors. All right. You see. All right, the actual transmission and the electric motors are under the inverter. All right. Wow, life in here. Can't really see it. Right there. That shiny metal down there, that's the transmission and the electric motors. All right, that's the top part of it anyway. All right, but the inverter sits like a brick, right? It's just like a brick on top of the transmission. All right. This is the air filter. I can close this up. No, I didn't. Huh. I think about time for another one. Leave you out for now. Inverter. Coolant, radiator coolant, AC high, AC low, washer fluid, which my washer fluid tank is. That's got the easy release bumper. That's my washer fluid tank. Can you see the damage? I don't know if you can see that properly, but there's a hole in top of that. Now, there's supposed to be a fender here, which you see missing. Let me see it better from the other side. Yep, and you can see the fenders. Fender is missing. All right, got some front end damage. But she's holding together. It's holding together. That's not really the issue. It's just cosmetic, the way it looks. All right. The 12-volt battery, fuse box, fuses and relays. All right, got the coil packs up here, fuel injectors here. I think this is the fuel pressure regulator, if I'm not mistaken. Fuel control. All right. Here's the transmission, the pulley, or whatever you call it, the lever that takes it through the gears, the park, neutral, reverse. It's going down to the transmission. Yep, that's it. Brake fluid reservoir. There's an additional fuse relay box. That's a motor mounts, ground strap. I did a voltage test on there and it appears to be no voltage drop. Alright. I think those are the significant things. This looks like some type of computer PCM There may be more than one. I'm sure there is more than one computer in here. It looks close to the inverter, so it may have something to do with the inverter. If you know, put in the comments. All right. And we'll end the video. We'll check the, give you a mileage count in real time. Where are we at? We are at, come on, focus. 481,507. All right. Now it's going to take us, if we're just using this to get around town, it's going to take us a while to get to 500,000. But if today isn't anything indicative of the future, appears to be that water pump issue was an intermittent issue, but it's a major scare, you know, especially driving long distances. That's something I would want to take a chance on. So I'll leave you there until next video. All right, this is the transmission fluid change for the 2020 Toyota Corolla Hybrid. All right, these are the tools I'm going to need, and I have the gaskets around here somewhere. But going to get started. We have the car on 4 jacks. The other 2 were jacked up also. And I got that up there just in case. But shouldn't need it, but just in case. Alright, now let's look at all the tools. Alright, I'm going to use that funnel to put the oil that I drained in here back into the bottles. That's the fill plug. Alright, so we're going to crack that, make sure it can fill, and then we're going to drain it from there, right there. Alright, so let's get that. That's the fill right above the axle. We're going to crack that, make sure we can get the fluid inside. All right, we got the fill hex on. So let's a little torque. So you can see it. All right, this is the fill. Come on. Way. All right. It cracked. All right. Make sure it comes all the way off. The torque is between 27 and 37. See that? This is the fill. I think I have the gaskets. It's spilling out a little bit. I think probably because the engine's still warm. But we're gonna get something to guard that. Now I did let it drip on the last fill. I did let it drip all the way, so it's probably because the fluid's still hot, so it's expanding a little bit. So let's get something to get the excess spill. Still looks purple or reddish, whatever the color is. Come on, get out here. Let's look at this gasket. So I'm going to put the new gasket on. sure. You can see it, right? Cracked it. All right. Loose. Come on out. It's been about 200,000 miles. Towel. Just don't destroy the camera. Right. You know what? Let me put the pan up. That's smarter. Here's a mic now. Let's do this. Let's put the pan up. So we can catch it. Hopefully this ends well. Get that before it fills up. Alright, I got it out. Got that drain. And it's done. And this is the entire capacity, so I'm going to empty these back into their bottles. Oh, wait a minute. They're all full. Oh, I got an empty oil bottle. And I'm just gonna let that drip, and I'll see you on the other side. Now I'm gonna let that drip. All right, let's put the drain plug back in. Let's get it wiped down. Yeah, that's all I gotta do is fill it back up. Fill it up till we overfill it and let it drip out. That's how you set the level. We'll set this to 35 pound-feet. Look at it. Here, baby, let's look at it. All right. That's set. All right, let's fill it up. All right, here's the pump I'll be using. All right, with the automatic transmission fluid, ATFWS from Toyota. Top part is going to do the sucking, and the bottom part is going to spit out. All right, so put this inside the bottle. See that? All right, so put the top part inside the bottle, and the bottom part put inside the transmission. All right. All right, trying to make sure this hose is as clean as possible. It's already dripping with fluid, so I know it's gonna come out this end. And remember, this is not hydraulic. This is lubricating for the Toyota hybrids. So the fluid is lubricating. It does not act as hydraulic fluid. Try to get that in there. it's in. Alright, it's in, it's stopped. Let's give it some pump action. Fill. No, this is the first quart. This should go all the way in. Yeah, I hear it. I hope you can hear it. Make sure this quart doesn't fall out. So what I have to do, I have to put the drain pan under it and set the bottle aside. I kind of got the quart in the way. I think it's almost empty. Yep, it's almost empty. Keep the cable on. Well, holes in. Yeah, I'm laying flat, so burn my arm up. Gonna show the first quart and the last quart when it starts to overflow. I'll spare you the middle quarts. This is really the only hardest part, is getting it in. It's not really hard. Just I'm on the ground, so it's a little annoying. So. Oops, you hear it? Suck the last little bit out. I'm trying to keep the bottle from leaning over. And keeping it deep down in there so we can get the last bit out. So it's relatively simple. So we like to use some blade, not hydraulic. That's the rest of it. That's one quart. All right, I'll spare you the rest and I'll come back on the last quart when it starts to overflow. All right, we got three in already. This is the fourth one. Should overfill. I believe it's about 3.5 to 4.5. So this is the fourth quart we're putting in. See if it overfills. And, alright. I see it leaving the container. I see it leaving the bottle. We're about almost 3.5. Still good. Okay. Make sure you can see it. And about 3.5. This may take 4. It's dripping a little bit. When it starts to drip, it's going to drip a lot. And I have the pan that I drain the old fluid in under it, still full. All right, it's about to eat this fourth one up. So good. Take it out, put it back in. Let's get this. One. It's dripping. Let's let it drip a little bit. right, I think that's the overflow. I said it took 3.5 to 4 when I looked it up. So it's overflowing. So what I don't do this. Let me just finish this. Nah, we gotta do that. How about I just finish it off with what I have left in here. Pretty much empty anyway. Alright, so it's overflowing. Hope you can see that. See that dripping? That's overflowing. I know the light sucks, but best I can do. All right, it's got a slow drip. That's what it's doing right there. See the drips on a dark spot? Right there. So I think we can tighten it up. We can tighten it up. I'm gonna do 35 like I did for the drain pan. And clean the fill plug off. See some crusties on there. Let's clean it up a little bit. Just trying to not to introduce any particles in there, but it's inevitable. It's going to be, you're going to introduce particles in there. It's dripping, slow drip. All right, so you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, you can see it. Oh, barely. All right. And that's pretty much it. Put about 4, well, a little less than 4 because it drained. I put 4 in. I did empty it. Was a little bit left in the 4th one, and I decided to just fill it again and let it drip again. So I used the complete 4, so it dripped out. So it's under 4 that it actually takes. All right. Didn't think it was on for a second. All right, that's it. 35 on both. Get a towel. Clean this stuff. So, I think that's successful. Transmission fluid change. This is the second one, and we're at 477,000 miles. I don't know. I should have done it at least 2 more times before that, but we highway mile, a lot of highway miles, and this is the second fluid change at 477,000 miles. So relatively simple to do. Just got to make sure the car is level to the best of your ability. All right, going on a test drive. Accelerates, turns off, turns on like normal. I don't believe there's any leaks. I'll park it, check for leaks, but I think this one is job complete. For 2020 to I believe 2022 Toyota Corolla hybrid. If you ever experienced this code P261A13 coolant pump B circuit is open. So this is the relay. Whenever you encounter electrical problems, you go to the fuse in the relay. And that's the relay outside unplugged. That's the relay upside down. That's the part number. That's the relay inside. And the fuse would be here, engine water pump 20 amp fuse. And then here would be the relay, engine W/pump. So this is the actual diagram for the water pump. Where it is, it shows the different bolts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bolts. This is the water pump with the gasket. Here's the water pump and the thermostat. Here's the water pump relay. So the testing procedure for the relay, you would test the 1 and 2 without power and with power. And you'll get different readings without power and with power. This is the diagram for the components. You have the water pump. You have the gasket and the connector. And you have the engine here. It attaches right there. Now to test at the connector, the wire harness that plugs into the water pump, you should receive battery voltage at pin number 1. You should get between 11 and 14 point something volts on the top left, pin number 1, and pin number 2 you should get just below battery voltage while the car is running or while the car is off with the ignition on pin number 2. Alright, so you should get similar voltage between pin number 1, top left, and pin number 2 directly in the middle on the top. And to get to this plug, you're going to have to remove, you see that screw right there, bolt right there, bolt right here, and a bolt right here. And you're going to have to move this ducking. There's like a clip. See that hole right there? It's like a hole, a clip, plastic clip that holds in right there on that side right there. Alright, then this will move out the way. You can access the plug, but the whole area is kind of tight. It's a little hard to see, but those are the bolts going around it, and you can get to the water pump. You should get battery voltage or between about 11 and 14 volts depending on the state of the car. There are different torque specs for the water pump for the Corolla Hybrid. They are for bolts A and B, 19 foot-pounds, and for bolts B, 15 foot-pounds. And it gives you the millimeter length of your bolts. So you're going to test the relay between 1 and 2 in ohms. This is how it looks. Here I'm getting about 173 ohms. This is the low voltage side controlling the high voltage side. So this is the coil that I'm testing here. This is the spec I'm getting. The relay does work, no issues with this relay. The spec says 10,000 ohms above while powered off but this relay is working. The best test would be to energize pins 1 and 2 and see if you get continuity between pins 3 and 5. Or just get a relay tester. That'd be a little more seamless. Now when you take the water pump out, you have to get around this air intake, this ducking. There's a ground strap there, the AC, and a coolant hose, but you should be able to get your wrench around there, but it is tight. The water pump on the Corolla Hybrid is fairly simple. So make sure before you condemn the water pump, you test the electrical connections, make sure the relay is operational, the fuse is operational, and the connector is properly connected. There's no broken wires. Verify that the code, the DTC, is reoccurring. After you test drive the car, clear the code comes back, do the electrical checks, then condemn the water pump. Remove cotter pin. Sixteen turns. camera's doing it justice. Left outer tie rod. Advanced auto. Pulling it. I don't see it moving. Definitely bad. I think the right one's bad too. This is the left side. Keep the ball joint straight. Came with the new lock nut. It's a little different from the original. This is flat. The original has like a flat washer set up on it. We'll use a new one. You can see that. The old one. That'll work. 16 turns. Lock nuts. Old. New. Old. New. See the difference. A little washer. Flat on the top. 452,000 miles. It's 36 pounds, if I'm not mistaken. Tighten that up. Put it down 36 pounds. Counterclockwise to tighten it up. Let's see, look again. Doing an oil change on a 2020 Toyota Corolla hybrid. It's everything you're going to need. Do your oil change. Alright, let's get started. Loosen the oil cap. Kind of set it like there. Next, I'm gonna position the drain so it's right under the oil drain plug, and it's the filter right there. And it's 14 millimeter for Toyota. Crack it, felt it, it's loose. Now we're gonna try to drain this without spilling it, at least too much. Got a shop towel here. All right. Something's gonna spill. All right, we're gonna catch it. Okay. Gotta kind of keep it where the hole is so it won't start dripping over. Now the car wasn't running that long, so it's going to pour out a little slow. It didn't get the normal operating temperatures, only a little bit warm. It's going to pour a little slow, so we're going to let that drain for a few minutes. All right, we're going to clean the little drain plug up. Shop towel. Sometimes I spray it with brake clean. There was no visible signs of wear. This can be replaced. A lot of oil changes are done in this car, so it's constantly going on and off every month and a half. It's with 390,000 miles on this car, so frequent oil changes. It's almost done draining. And you're gonna put this back on. It's gonna drip forever. And we still gotta get the filter. I may let it drain a little bit more. Let's see if I can do it by hand. I can't do it by hand. All right, I put it on by hand. So where's the wrench at? See if we can do this in one shot. Move the pan out the way a little bit. Let's turn this toward the back of the car. Right on the grip. Yeah. Probably can't see much, but doing the best I can. Yeah, I didn't put this on tight. I did it last time. That's the thing about these. They tear up the filter. That's why I like the frame. I have to grip the grip on there. Now I can do it by hand. Yeah, you can see that. It's loose, so now I can drain the rest of it. This is all a little messy. Let that drip. Just let it drip. Right there. Alright, we can take it off. Yeah, and I'm doing it on the ground, so I have less leverage and a little bit more difficult. If it was up in the air, it'd be a lot easier, obviously. But you kind of bend it up a little bit. That's what I like to fram. I can just grip it and turn it with this style pliers, anyway. Let that drip there. Let me get the new filter. I was always taught to put a little bit of oil on the new filter on a seal with used motor oil. Alright, that's what I did. And we're gonna put this new one on. I'm gonna show you the marks, what they do when you grip it, you know. And they're old too. I'll get some new ones with a better grip. That's what it does. So I like the frame because it grips this part right here. Once you got a good grip and you don't put the oil filter on tight before, which I didn't, you know, get a little seized over time. Just grip that and it'll come off. But slowly, take your time. So you can do this job for you in about under 30 minutes. I think the longest thing is really probably the oil filter and setting everything up. All right, let's put this back on. You still gotta tighten up the plug. Sometimes you gotta fight with this to get it on. Remember, this is being done on the ground, so it's a little bit more difficult. It's working for me now. And it's sliding right on. And we can hit it with some brake clean if we want. And this is done by hand. Don't have to use a tool to tighten this up. I didn't use it last time. I used to tighten it up with the tool, but it's completely unnecessary. Just get it on to where it stops. All right. And just in case, you know, if the oil filter has some oil on it, get like a shop towel you've been using or a rag and go half and a little bit more. All right, that's on. Next I can take it right off. Right there. You see that? I can take it right off. So let's go. So it's tight and half and a little bit more. All right, that's not coming off. All right, that's not coming off. I'm gonna hit it with a little brake clean. We'll let this drain a little bit more. Let that drain a little bit more. There, we're gonna clean up. There's some oil in there. Can really get everything up, but yeah. Alright. And we just gotta put the oil in. Alright, yeah, that's gonna drain forever. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hit, this may be superfluous to you, I don't know. The area where the oil filter dripped at, hit with a little brake clean. Alright, and that's gonna drip forever. So I'm gonna plug that up. It's hand tight. Gonna wipe and hit it with some brake clean. Again, this may be superfluous to you. What? That's what I do sometimes. Alright, that's done. And, you know, help with dripping. If you do that, kind of put the oil drain plug on, the oil drain pan under it. And we're going to tighten it up. Now, I'm sure there's a torque spec. Alright. This doesn't have to be super tight. Alright. I'll put the torque spec in the description or after post-production. I'll make sure it's tight. Get a little leverage with this tool and a little bit more. Alright. That's not coming off. Alright. there, and the plug. There you are. Now, this is what I normally do. Alright. That's the oil I use. 016. This is for the 2020 Corolla Hybrid. 5 quarts. Alright. And I have 1 quart. What I do is I pour 1 quart of oil into this 1 quart. Alright? And I pour the remaining into the engine. I go back to the small 1 quart and pour half. So I have 4.5 quart. Alright. So if my engine starts burning oil, which currently it's not, after what, almost 400,000 miles, it's not burning oil, and I'll just use the half. If not, I'll just empty the half into the used oil container. Alright, so I'm going to do that now. Well, and also clean the funnel before every use, inside and outside. And it's about 946 milliliters. I gotta be exact, but get it as close as I can. Alright, so now I have a quart in here. Cap this off. Cap this off, and I'm gonna put the rest of the oil in the engine. So that's about 1 quart. So I'm gonna use half of this and all of this. It should be 4 quarts from the big one, the 1 gallon, 016. 4 quarts. Still on the jack. I didn't put the jack down yet. Everything's tight. Oil filter is tight. The drain plug is tight. That's another thing that'll drip forever. So that's good. All right. That's slowed down. All right. So now goes for the last measurement. So it's at the top. So normally I go for about 450. Somewhere between 450. Alright, roughly half. So we're gonna pour half of this in. Now look. About 600 milliliters. And this engine is not burning oil. Okay. So now I could have just did this with the gallon, but I think this is a little more accurate. You may think this is superfluous. So it's about at 4. Of course, you would have to set it down on a level ground to get exact, but it's just above 4. So I've never really had an issue. I don't go under 4. I try to stay in between. I don't know if you can see the marks. Between like 4 and that middle dash on the left side. So that's my ideal measurement when I use this method. All right, you might think this is superfluous, but that's what I do. And again, if you put a little over, just a little bit, you know, it's not gonna hurt anything. That's why the drain pan is there. Just don't fill it up more than a half a quart over than what it's supposed to be. All right, just keep it within that tolerance. Let me wipe this cap off. Done. And I always record the mileage. I always let the jack down. Let's check for leaks, which you shouldn't have leaks. Right. Of course, you would want to let the car run also. Let the oil circulate. There's no leaks. I've never had a leak anywhere doing oil changes. So it's still in the jack. You can see that. All right, I'm gonna let the jack down. All right, we got it's rusting on the jack stand. So what I'm gonna do is one hand. Bring it up. Did I get it? Yep. We got it. All right. Don't know if you've seen that, but I don't know if I can turn this at one hand. It's a little stuck. I kind of put a little bit of muscle into it and it'll slide down. Let's do that. I need two hands. All right, I moved it a little bit. All right, so let's ease it down. Ease it down. What is this? Pitt, Ohio. I believe this is Harbor Freight. Jack was given to me. If I'm not mistaken, it's Harbor Freight. It's Pitt, Ohio, the name. Jack. That's what I'll be using for your oil change. And we just turn it to the left. We'll make sure it's all the way down. Turn it to the right, excuse me. So it's tight. And it's good for storage. Now we gotta clean up. All right, doing this in a parking lot. So, a little dumpster right next to me. So. And we are basically done. Just got to start it up, record the mileage, and I'll see you inside the car. All right, that's the mileage, 390,000. It's a hybrid, so maintenance light, we'll reset that too. And you see the engine, well, I don't know if you can hear it, engine didn't start yet. Yeah, the batteries almost fully charged. Alright, so I'm going to tap the gas pedal and let the engine run for about, say, 5 seconds. Turn it back off. And we're going to check. Check the oil. The dipstick. It's not going to read an accurate reading. So most of the time it doesn't. So we're just going to, we know how much we put in and we know roughly how much we took out. So that's pretty much how you measure. when you do an oil change. I don't know if you can see that, but that's about right. That's about right. It's supposed to be between the two dots, so that's about right. Again, this oil dipstick thing is not the most accurate, way to measure, but it's the way we have. So all the oil is supposed to drain down into the drain pan, and this is supposed to stick down into the drain pan and get an estimate of the level. It's still oil draining down, and it could be oil on the sides of the tube going down. So this is roughly about it. All right, engine's full of the correct quantity of oil. I wipe the dipstick back off and stick it back in. Always do it a couple times. Active shutter grill slipping, actuator slipping on the 2020 Toyota Corolla hybrid. All right, so I googled this. It's a Russian website. Active grill shutter A actuator slipping. Now, I believe you won't pass emissions with the engine, because this will trigger the engine light. It'll go pending code, then after it fails the test, if the computer still is sensing it's slipping from the switch, it'll set the check engine light where you can visibly see it. So on a cheap $30 scanner, only code I was getting was P05A0, which is stuck on. It says active grill shutter A stuck on when you look that up. In my more, let's say, professional scanner, the X-Tool D7, then I was getting P05A074. So goes to show you, depending on the scanner you have, you may not read all the codes. All right. So $30 scan was saying it was stuck on P05A0 and slipping. Actuator slipping. All right. This will, in your diagnostic process, this will put you in two different directions just by reading the description. All right, so let's see what's going on with this. The problem is fixed. The engine light's off. All right. So it says active grill air shutter A actuator slipping. Either the following conditions is met and the ECM receives a malfunction signal 17 times to trip detection logic. So in my case, this switch was, let's call it a tab and a nipple. The tab was off of the nipple. So when the shutter would open, the switch would be in a different position. So the switch was reporting back a different position from the actual actuator. Let's see. Let me show you a picture so it can be more clear. All right. This picture right here. All right. So this is the switch that's inside the actual shutter grill. All right. This piece right here. And we see the Phillips head. This reports back to the computer to monitor the shutter opening and closing where the nipple is. All right. So if this tab is off this little nipple here, they're in two different positions. All right. So the computer knows that the grill is in a different position than the switch. All right. So how this happened? A tree hit the front of this car, a tree branch and the car ran over the tree branch, and you got a front bumper damage. All right. He went forward with the tree branch under the car, and when he pulled over, he went backwards a little bit. The bumper pulled out. So, in the midst of a storm, a rainstorm. So, this got dislodged. This tab here got dislodged from this nipple. So, there's two different, the computer's reading two different positions. All right. And you see some wires here. It goes to a wiring harness. All right. So, it's reading two different positions. So, it would like the check engine light saying that it's slipping. All right, that's the description they decided to name it. All right, so if you're having an issue, maybe something similar going on with your shutter grill. All right, either this tab is off the nipple because of front end damage, it was hit, you ran over something, vibration knocked it loose, something got in here that disturbed this position. It almost seems like it's almost impossible for it to jump off here, but that tree branch did it. It jumped off this little nipple here. All right, so it's reporting back different positions. All right, you'll see in the video when I get it back on, and I'm going to physically move the shutter grill. All right, I put it was showing 3 codes. Same it was three codes. It was P05A074. It was a permanent code, it was a pending code, then it was a active code. All right. Now when I fixed it, the active code went away, and it just had the pending and the permanent. When I cleared it and drove it for about 8 miles, everything was gone, even the permanent code. I was under the impression that the permanent codes don't go away. But apparently in the 2020 Toyota Corolla Hybrid, the permanent code went away. I turned it off, turned it back on, cleared the code, turned the car off, turned it back on, drove for about 8 miles. The engine light never came back, and I plugged the X-Tool D7 back up, and everything was green. All right, I didn't get video of that. I apologize. All right, P05A0 active grill shutter air verify switch input. All right, so let's go down to this diagram. So from what it looks like, let me picture back up here. This is how it tells where the shutter is. All right, and it makes sense. I see sense 1, sense 2, and then a ground. Bring that picture back up for you. Just bear with me. I'm going to show you a lot of pictures. So that makes sense. You're kind of getting it. So if this tab was off, it can't determine the position of the shutter grill. All right. Now, I'm pretty sure most active shutter grills work similar to this. There's going to be some variation of this. This is 2020 Toyota Corolla Hybrid. All right, I'm going to show you some video of the repair. It's pretty simple. And any more information we can get out of this website. It says, when you're diagnosing this, you have to determine whether it's the grill, the active grill, or is it the actuator? Like, is it stuck open or stuck closed? This is why with the $30 tool, the code I was getting was stuck on. So I'm thinking, stuck on? Is it something in the grill causing it to stay open or closed? I looked at it. I took the bumper off. Look, I didn't see any debris. I'm like, it can't be stuck on or stuck off. So when I got the X-Tool D7, I went into the special functions. I believe that was the menu I was in, and I commanded it on or open, and I saw it open and it closed. I'm like, it's opening and closing. Is it not going into the lock position? Is that the reason why? Because the code is it says stuck on. So at first I'm thinking stuck on means it can't close, but this makes no sense. That's what's a $30 scanner. Then I got the D7, the X-Tool D7. I got the code that it was saying up there, the actuator slipping. Now, how does it know it's slipping? Well, because of that white tab. That's how it knows it's slipping. Let me bring it back so you can see it. Because the actuator itself, where's that at? Like how would this know that it's slipping? Yeah, it's just a motor output that turns, and it turns the grill. All right, there's no sensing in here, to my knowledge. All right, I have more pictures. I'll show you all the pictures I got. So this makes more sense for it to be able to detect whether the actuator is slipping by this. All right, because I used a little hook tool, hooked it back on. The engine light was still on. It didn't clear by itself, but the active light, the active code, there was 3 codes that showed up, the same code. It was permanent, pending, and then active. The active code disappeared, and the pending and the permanent code stayed. And I drove it, and it was still just 2 codes instead of 3. Then I cleared it, drove it for about 8 miles, plugged it back in, and nothing was there. Not even a permanent code. All right. So the computer cleared that permanent code once it was seeing both values the way it's supposed to see. The sensor, or the switch, really. All right. That's monitoring the position of the grill, the actual grill, and you'll see that in the video. All right. We're gonna see if anything more we can get out of this. So you're determining whether which one it can only be one of the two. It's either the motor is not opening and closing, the motor is opening really slowly, opening too quickly. You got to say that too. Some variation between opening and closing, or the grill itself is not. It's stuck in some position when it's not supposed to be stuck. All right. So the computer knows the time it takes to open, time it takes to close. So it determined that it was slipping because of the grill and the switch or sensor was 2 different values when it's supposed to be the same value. All right. Actuator slipping. Okay. In my opinion, maybe it could have came up with a like out of value, out of range, maybe that is a code, but it's just the code it's set based upon automotive engineers thinking. All right. So when diagnosing this, you would want to determine whether it's the grill, the switch, or the actuator, which is just the motor that turns the grill. That's the bumper. Now, the bottom end, the bottom end splash guards are all gone. So the bumper may look a little different on your car. I believe that sensor is the radar for the either the lane keeping or the active cruise control. If I'm not mistaken, it has a QR code there. That's the code we looked up. So this is what the grill looks like. All right. I believe that may be some type of air sensor Not too sure. But this is the actual grill, shutter grill, the active shutter grill. Bumpers off. All right. That's this some type of, I believe, some type of air temperature sensor. If you know what it is, put it in the comments. There's 2 bolts on each side. That's the motor or actuator. You can see that. That's the wiring harness. It goes into the actuator, which is the motor that turns the grill. And this is about $375, and I saw it somewhere else for $100 cheaper, both from Toyota. So it's between $275 and $375 for this motor, and I was thinking it was this motor, but when I commanded it on, when I commanded it open with the D7 X-Tool D7, it opened, and I can actively see it as it goes through different temperature ranges. I can, without the scan tool, I can see open and closing. I'm like, so if it's opening and closing, is the computer sensing that it's not opening and closing when it's commanded to all the time, so it's setting the code? So I was thinking that too. So like $275 for this, $375, and then maybe $150 for the rotor, if the grill is bad. And then I'm not even sure if the grill came with the switch. And this is looking down from up top. You can see that. All right, so a little close up. We got 6 wires going into the actuator motor. All right, this is the cover for the motor, the actuator. Some more pictures just in case you're wondering. And a QR code. That's the other side. Before this, I wasn't too familiar how these systems work. Now I'm pretty now knowledgeable about how this system works. I was looking at each part of it, seeing if there was some type of sensors in it, and maybe need to be cleaned or cleared. I wasn't sure how it worked. So when I was taking it apart, I was just trying to take some detailed pictures. So if I had to buy it, I wouldn't get the wrong one, leaving a dealership. If we found it cheaper, I would have to buy it online from another dealership, from maybe from another state. All right. Yep, and it just turns each way to open the grill. You can see that, and this is the switch. 3 wires, and goes down to a wiring harness. It goes into the car or engine bay. That leads to the computer. And that's all I did was move this tab onto this nipple, and now they're moving at the same. They're moving in unison now. And that fixed the problem. All right. Now, if I got damage that damaged the sensor, broke one of the vents, that would be more visible. So when it comes down to it, this is not. Once you understand how the system works, this system is very easy to work with. All right, you can see whether any broken wires, any wires detached. You know, you have to just check for normal operation. Video should be coming up. All right, here's the video. So I did, and I fixed it. Now, when I was putting it back together, I didn't put the actuator cover back on because I didn't know if it was going to fix it. I was about 90% sure it was going to work. I said, when I looked at it, I said, there's no way this is a problem. There's no way. So it's either actually, it says slipping, out of alignment, or slipping, or there's something electrically making it read that way, or physically something's broken, or something's causing it not to close or open all the way. So a code would set. All right. That's the bumper. It's simple fix. Now you got to get the bumper off. But that was it. That was causing the slip code, or out of range. I think that's a better term. And now it's moving in unison. So now the switch going into the wiring harness can read that the grill, as you can see, I'm opening and closing, the grill and the switch are in unison. So now it has no reason to set the code. So pull back the active code, and all I had was pending and permanent. Then I cleared it, turned the car on and off, drove it for 8 miles, put the X-Tool D7 back on, and everything was gone. Even the permanent code was gone. All right. So relatively, if you have the right knowledge, the majority of these problems are easy to fix. All right, I think that's another video. Okay, me the end, putting it back on at the end. Yeah, and I didn't put the cover back on. You just need a flathead screwdriver to access both ends. You can let that loop. Yeah, relatively easy fix. You just have to have visual inspection. That's what the website was saying, visual inspection. Or you can have, your service data. You got to have all data, Identifix, or some access to some service data. Or, sometimes people do videos that have the service data. All right. So either one or the other. Well, you have three things you could have. It could be something with the accident, or whether that's with another car, or a comprehensive claim with a storm. All right. Whether you reported it or not, it's going to be something physically blocking the active shutter grill currently, or the thing that was blocking it now physically broke something in the shutter grill. All right. It's going to be something in the wires, maybe a cut wire. I'm sure more codes would come up if a wire was cut. But the code that showed was slipping. Let's go back to the other one. So it was slipping. So if it's slipping, that means this switch or sensor is out of alignment, because the computer, depending on how the advanced the software is, the computer, I'm sure, can sense if electrically one of the wires is open or shorted. So another code would set. But in the event that it's not set, you would have to physically look at the wires. All right, because if the electrical signals coming from the switch are open or shorted, you're going to get a different reading. So you'll either lose control of the position of that tab, or you'll get a reading that doesn't make sense. It's one or the other. All right. So electrically, everything was good. It was just the switch and the position of the actual grill were two different values. All right, when it was open, the grill is supposed to be in a certain position. When it's closed, the grill is supposed to be in a certain position, and that white tab monitors it. When I put that tab on that nipple, took it for the test drive, cleared the codes, didn't come back. So I fixed it. I believe that was all the pictures I had. All right, so maybe this can expedite your problem. You can apply this to all active shutter grills. It's going to be slightly different depending on the manufacturer and the size, the style. You know, I haven't seen a video, you know, this comprehensive on active shutter grills yet. I think there's one that's similar to mine on YouTube, but I think mine is pretty detailed. With actual, you know, pictures of the fix. All right, I would encourage you to, you know, just still search and get more of an understanding on the general operation of the shutter grill. I'll go over a little bit of it. When the event closes, it allows the engine to warm up more quickly, and it controls the engine temperature, or the radiator temperature, the radiator temperature. All right, now you could say, is this a superfluous system? I want to say yes, it is like an add-on, like a luxury. I don't think it's necessary for cars to have this, but I may be wrong. All right, 'cause not every car has an active shutter. Cars are running just fine, you know, without active shutters before, but apparently cars are starting to have these now. All right, let's see if any more information here, and I'll go through the pictures one last time. All right, so pretty much what you're doing is you're trying to see whether the grill, if there's a problem in the switch, whether is there a problem in the active grill, or is there a problem in the actuator? All right, so you have to do a visual inspection first to see. You can visibly look at, without a scan tool, warm the engine up, drive it around, and you just have to watch it. That's a slow way, and watch it close. All right, cold temperatures, it will open so it won't be frozen shut. Water, snow, these can all, even certain vibrations can send a code, can make the engine light come on, or if not the engine light, just a warning, and that's like a pending code, but the engine light won't set where the driver can see it. All right, so you want to see where the problem is, so you have to do a visual inspection. If you can't visibly see it open and close according to the temperature and conditions of the car, like the speed, acceleration, deceleration, you have to command it on or open. That's what I did. I did both, actually. I was taking just was waiting to see, because I didn't have the D7 with the bi-directional control. I was visibly looking at it, and I saw it. I didn't see it close, but I saw it open. Then when I walked back to the car, I saw it close. So I know it's working at that point, but I don't know how well it's working. Is it closing and opening when the computer's telling it to? I don't know that. But I confirmed that with the D7 X tool. I commanded it open. And I commanded open, and it closed by itself right after I commanded it. All right. So you narrow down which part of the system is malfunctioning, and you can use that engine light code as a starting point, which was slipping on a D7 and stuck on or stuck open with the cheap $30 scan tool. All right. Remember, different scan tools, or cheap versus professional scan tool, will give you different codes. All right. narrow down what system. No, let's go down to those pictures on this website. So let me bring that back up. Those 3 wires right there. Sense 1, sense 2, and ground. I believe that's right. These right here. All right. No cold. No, there was no open on circuit A, B, or C, or open on ground, or short on ground from actuator switch, or grill switch. Those codes didn't set. It sounds like a plausible code to set. All right, so nothing wrong with the electrical on the switch. And then you have one, two, three, four, five, six. All right. These switches, it appears as though that they meet up. I didn't really look at the ends of the wiring harnesses to see if they meet up, but it does make sense again. All right, we got, is that green? Well, yeah, yellow, green, and black. Let's try to do that again. Yellow, green, and black. Yellow, green, and black. And we do have yellow, green, and not yellow, orange, green, and black. Orange, green, and black. So it makes sense that they join up. They join up in that wiring harness. I didn't get that picture or video, but it makes sense. All right, so when you look in this wiring diagram, and that's another thing you have to be careful with. When you're looking at these wiring diagrams, the wiring diagram that you're looking at, they could be in 2 separate locations. All right. Or the other end, it could be in a different location. That's not farther in the wiring harness. All right. So, hope you understand what I'm saying. You see the 3 wires here, they're the same color. I'm really confident that these wires meet up. But you see how it's one, it looks like it's one assembly. All right. So you basically just diagnose both ends. You would check both ends for visible damage. All right. You're seeing that clear. That's a switch. And this is the harness going into the actuator. Let's see if I can get another one for you. Right there. All right. So it says active, so grill shutter ECU swing, grill actuator assembly, radiator shutter sub-assembly. Doesn't have the color or wires on here. But grill shutter ECU swing grill actuator. So you'll see it as a swing grill actuator also when you look it up. And the way this is modeled, it makes you think that the switch and the actuator are one assembly. That's what I'm getting at. And they're not. They're 2 different pieces. Now, I'm almost certain if you buy the actuator, all right, actuator assembly, that you're not going to get this switch. All right, just if you look at it, if you think differently from the way this looks, just write in the comment section. It looks like it's one assembly. All right, and you can clearly see there are two different. Let me show you both. All right, that's the. Well, let me get Get a better picture of that. I have it while it's on. There we go. Yeah, the switch is behind it. As you can see, this is a switch. When you put the actuator in front of this, all right, then eventually down the wiring harness, they meet back up. All right. So you got to be careful. All right. And or they're just colored similar to show you they're part of the same system. All right. Now I'm sure there's another wiring diagram that makes it a little bit more clear, but this is all I have right now currently. All right. So I think you get the picture. I'll show all the pictures one last time in the video, in the two videos. Let's see. I think there's more pictures here. All right. Yep. See, this doesn't show the switch. Yeah, it doesn't show the switch because the switch, let's bring that back up. Yeah, that's the switch. Unless I'm looking at it wrong. Yeah, the switch and the actuator are not one assembly. The only thing the switch look like it does is just go in two different directions at a certain speed. And the switch is screwed to the grill. See anything else? Yeah, so you just pretty much cap that, and it's telling you to check the ohms and the resistance. If you're checking in there, you're checking everything behind it. You're not actually checking the actuator. So that's like if it's a wiring problem or a pin problem or a computer problem, you're checking back. But your diagnostic process, you guys got to just use the information that you have currently and perform your tests. The easiest thing for you to do is to check the actual components for normal operation. All right, mine, it was a switch. The problem was in the switch. Nothing physically was wrong with the actuator. It opened and closed. Nothing was physically wrong with the grill. It opened and closed. So more codes. I'm confident more codes would show. If you had to start checking resistance in wires in the wiring harness, yeah, I think more codes would show. So that's going to be wiring issues and computer pin issues when you start checking for ohms within the wiring harness. Yeah. All right. Bumper. Let's see, active cruise control. It's the left side of the car. The actuator, the wiring harness is on the right side of the car. It's the left side again. The front. Now you can see little waves, little ripples. I'm thinking it's supposed to be straight across. Maybe that was a result of the front end damage on the bumper from the tree branch. And I hope if you can see right here, this is like a cushion. This is also, you can buy this too. I think it's like $10 or $12. It's like a cushion on the top, and there's a cushion on the bottom that separates the bumper with a front end bumper inside. it separates it. It cushions it between the top part and the bottom part. You can see that. I don't know if I would have bought that if I had to replace the actual grill. I may have just tried to scrape it off the old one and rig it back on. Although it's relatively inexpensive, but you know, sometimes you don't have to replace. You can reuse things. All right, there we go. Again, I don't believe there's a video as detailed as what I'm doing here on an active shutter grill. So it's pretty much regulates the temperature of the radiator, and I guess by default the condenser also for the AC. Opens and closes during certain speeds, accelerations, temperatures, outside temperatures. This is from up top. Looking down. Yep, this is the grill right here. So you go to the bottom of the screen. That's the front of the car. The top of the screen is going toward the windshield. So this is the active shutter grill. He says wiring harnesses. Now, the first time this car had some front end damage, got back from the collision, the active grill light, the warning light came on, but not the engine light. And I thought that was a little odd. So there was something. See, with these new cars, these electronic parts, you'll get glitches every now and again. And I called the collision place and I said that it says something about a grill shutter. I had no idea what it was. Active grill shutter. And I took the $30 scanner and I cleared it. The engine light didn't come on for after this first front end damage. And when the second front end damage happened, comprehensive claim, the engine light came on. And this is $375, $275, $375, depending on where you buy it. That's from my search. That's what I found. And no, this is not. If you buy the active grill, this, I guarantee you, does not come with it. This little motor or actuator. And I'm not even sure that switch comes with it. This switch, I'm not even sure the switch comes with it. I wouldn't think it would. I'm trying to look at it and see how. Now, I think you would pull it off at this point right here. So everything below, or it might come with it. Everything below this will be the wiring harness. These three wires here. And this would be the actual switch right here. That's what I'm thinking. Because the bottom part leads into the wiring harness. So this looks like this can disconnect. Right here at these 3 points. Alright. I got the video. That's all I did, and I fixed it. Alright, so whatever car you have, just try to replicate what I did here. Obviously, with other cars, they're going to look different. So, but the principles are the same. All right. You write in the comments, different problems you've had with active shutter grills or questions, and if I can answer it, I'll answer it. You see that star, right? That's in that this bottom part here. This is where the actuator sticks in to the shutter grill. That's the wiring harness. So that's the wiring harness. So I doubt that switch comes with it. last here, job is made the repair. Then I took it for the test drive to confirm it. Drove it about 8 miles, parked, cleared the code. I was trying to see if the code was going to clear by itself because I wasn't sure what the, with new cars, whether they clear by themselves. And it took the active code out, but the engine light was still on. So it was only setting 2 codes now. Same codes, just different warnings of the same code: permanent, pending, and active. The active code is the code that you can see with the check engine light. All right, but the active code did disappear. But the computer wouldn't clear the light by itself. I cleared the code, continue to drive it, and everything disappeared, even the permanent code. So if you're wondering whether permanent codes disappear on their own, they do. Yes, because when I cleared the code, bring that back up. When I cleared the code, that permanent code was still, bring it up another way. That permanent code was still there when I cleared it initially. When I drove it and plugged the scan tool back in, the permanent code disappeared. So permanent codes do disappear. They disappear on their own. And it disappeared immediately. All right. So permanent codes do disappear. And it disappeared just within 20 minutes, 15 minutes. All right. So that's the active grille shutter diagnosis, repair, and case study. All right, please subscribe if you got value out of this video, and see you in the next one. Before the video starts, I just want to go over two parts. Well, one part, two different vehicles, hybrid versus the gasoline, traditional gasoline engine. Now, in my previous video, I did state that the cost of maintaining a hybrid versus a traditional gasoline car was the same. I still stick by that. However, pretty much every part when it fails costs more. All right, that has to use the hybrid version of it. Let's say that, like the parts that run with a drive belt, each equivalent is going to cost more because it's electric. It's a motor running it, so it's going to cost more. I just want to be transparent about that. If you didn't know, if you know about these cars, then obviously you do know. So I have let's add vehicle. I have the hybrid already up. Let's do same model year. Maybe it's going to go for the regular gasoline car. Come on, Toyota. Corolla LE. So we're gonna shop for that. Fits a 2020 Toyota Corolla LE. Now, $100. Now the electric version of this is going to be between 2 and 4. So that's the thing. Yeah. Okay, the parts are going to be cheaper versus the electrified version of it. Okay, that's more expensive. But you're going to be saving on fuel, and you're going to be saving on brakes. And you'll be able to go farther. So that's a trade-off. For my research, the electric water pump lasts 100,000 miles. Mine lasts over 481,000 miles. And I'm getting intermittent connection. That's what the video's about, because the code's not reappearing. You'll see in the video. Enjoy the video. So I was getting some codes on the way to work. And the result was, it told me to pull over. Something about, I thought it was a camshaft position sensor or camshaft sensor. And I lost engine power, and it said pull over within a mile. I didn't take a picture of it, which I did, but I did take a picture of the scan tool data, the scan tool code on my D7 X tool. When I initially was on the road, I had a small, cheap scan tool, and first I thought it was camshaft position sensor. When I got it back, I put the D7 X tool on. It turned out to be a water pump circuit B open. I believe that's how it's worded. Circuit B open. And it kept reoccurring. And then it didn't come back again. So in order not to risk it, first time it happened, it could have been just a glitch, but I started doing some research on the water pumps, and I'm hearing they last 100,000 miles. That's according to the information that I saw. Okay, now we know she is over 481,000 miles. Let's go look. 481,491. Toyota Corolla hybrid. So we're at 481,000 miles. Now, I did drive it again after, and I'm not getting that circuit code for the fuel pump, for the water pump, the coolant pump anymore. Now, I originally stated in a few of my videos that I was going to get the RAV4 hybrid, and I did. All right, I'll be doing a review on that soon. So I was going to get, the error code did precipitate me to jump ahead about 2 or 3 weeks ahead of schedule. I was going to buy it anyway. Now, I've been pricing the pump. I'm seeing it for, you probably can't see it, but it's right down there. It's between $366 and $417 from online to the dealer. Now, what made me jump ahead 3 weeks was, well, the price of the part. Maybe something intermittent. Not sure. Now, what I did do, I didn't just go out and buy the new car, which I was going to purchase anyway, within a couple of weeks, because I was trying to make it to 500,000 miles, as I stated in my previous video. This is the relay for the coolant pump, and this is the fuse. Let's see that. That's the fuse. This is the relay. All right. When you pull the relay out, the fans just come on the highest setting. So that, I believe that's a good test to say that, okay, that it was reading the relay. All right. Fuse, same thing. I believe I pulled the fuse out too, and it put the fans on the highest setting. So I do believe that power was coming from the fuse to the relay, and the relay powering the wiring harness, which is right here. All right. And the coolant pump is getting power. Now, I also took the connector out, and I got power and I got ground. So, and I look at the electrical connection and it looks good. So from my research, if here is good, the relay, coolant. I'll show you here. Oh, wait a minute. I pulled that out. I was supposed to pull this one out. Supposed to pull that one out. All right. But either way, well, see here, made a mistake. But either way, I was getting 12 volts at the connector. So I didn't just rely on the relay and the fuse. I did pull the connector out and I got 12 volts. So I did pull the wrong fuse. I pulled this fuse, which is here. Like I said, ignition, IGCT. IGCT. I'm not sure what that is. All right. But I was looking for this, which is the blue one. Engine W pump, water pump, which is the blue one. All right. And we can see that. All right. So I did pull the wrong fuse. Well, wrong relay. All right. By the way, even if I pulled the wrong one, I got 12 volts at the connector, and I got a ground at the connector. All right. So that was my diagnostic process. I didn't just rely on the fuse and the relay. I did check for power and ground at the device. All right. So on the way to work, the dash read pull over immediately. Something wrong with the hybrid system. right? It's a lot of things when you pull fuses to fans and relays, it'll automatically talk about the hybrid system, even though there may be nothing wrong with the hybrid system. That's just normal, right? Because all the systems have to talk to each other so the engine can start, stop, charge the battery properly. So everything's connected, all right? Or at least most things are interconnected, the different systems in the car, all right? So let's do that. Let me verify that so I can show you that I am getting power and ground at the wiring harness. Yeah, before I take it off, I'm gonna see if you can see that down there. It's the green and white connector right there. See that? That's the pump. That's the connector right there that we're going to test. That may be intermittently, working. So I really can't take the chance saying this was my only vehicle. The amount of distance I drive, so I went and got the RAV4 hybrid. I'll be doing a review on that. Let's get that connector off and show you that I have power and ground at the connector. All right, to move this out the way to get to the connector, I just removed that screw right there and just one more, I don't know if you can see that, right there. All right, so that one and that one. And let me see if I can move it. See it. See it moving. All right, so, and I got to the connector now. End of this was taped to another part of a wiring harness. Well, part of this splits off. It's for the coolant pump. All right, so from what I researched, what was it? The middle one was power, and the bottom right was the ground. All right, that over here is nothing in there. I can see, there's nothing in there. So the middle one, middle top, look at the orientation, was the power, and the ground was and the bottom right was the ground. So that's clear. And I inspected it, inspected the back of it. This looks dusty. Yeah, there's nothing in that top right. It looks normal. Unless there's some type of break or short in the wiring harness going over to the box, fuse box, which is here and here for the coolant pump. The culprit has to be some type of open or short or intermittent open and short in the coolant pump. So we're at 481,000 miles. It's really it justifies me moving on to another vehicle, which again, month of June 2024 was when I was going to plan to make the purchase anyway. I just wanted to pay down a little bit more debt, which is going to be one more paycheck. So we're just maybe 2-3 weeks ahead of schedule. So let's get the multimeter on. All right, so we're gonna do DC. I'm gonna put one on the ground. There's a ground strap you can do right here, but the battery would be better because I can stick it inside. So so we're gonna confirm if we're getting power. So we're gonna go ground strap, the ground lead to the battery. That little groove, little space right, I can slide right in there. And I'm gonna hold this camera. Let's do this. Can we see it? Can we at least see it? Yeah, we can see it. The middle. Wait a minute, the car's not on. The car is not on. Let's go turn the car on. Alright, I just turned the ignition on without turning the actual car on. Hopefully you'll send power to it. If not, we have to turn the car completely on. Alright, so we're getting power. There you go, so you can see it. Middle one, we're getting power at the connector. Alright, and that's ground. Well, we're gonna do continuity for the ground. Let's do continuity for the ground. Let's get off the battery. Let's go the ground strap that was right here. It's a ground strap right here. See that? And we're gonna lean it on there. And we're gonna go. Oh, wait a minute. Car probably has to be on for the computer to ground it. It's probably a computer controlled ground. That's probably switched by ground. So we gotta turn the car on, but everything's gonna shake. Okay. It's not got any accidents here. Let's try to do this before the engine kicks on. For the engine kicks on. Alright. You can see continuity. Alright, we're getting continuity. So we can see that. So this is the ground right there. That's the ground. And come on. Hope you can hear that. So we're getting power and ground. So, and the wires look good, so we know the relay works, the fuse works, getting power and ground. Intermittent code about the circuit B pump open or shorted. So I have to go with the pump. I have to go with the pump. I mean, what else do you think? I mean, that's what I researched. I have to go with the pump. Now, I already got the other car, so you know I drive a lot. I can't, you know, it's already at 481,000 miles. I can't risk this going down. So, in the comment section, please point out what I did wrong, if anything. That I jumped the gun. With the put the codes on the screen so you can see the codes I was getting on the screen. And well, again, I was going to purchase the car anyway within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Just want to pay a little debt down, and I need reliable transportation, you know, for the type of business I'm in. So what tests have you have done? I think this is pretty much the only thing I could have done actually was the circuit and respect the age of the all the parts in here. This is the whole thing is 400, well, except for spark plugs. It's 481,000 miles. So I'll be doing a review on the RAV4 hybrid. And the other thing that was wrong, I haven't mentioned it in a while, that this headlight, the low beam is out. The low beam is out. And I priced this is between I think I saw 200 and 800. I think it's more like 800. And I think I was looking at the wrong light. I'm probably looking at the one for the gasoline version. These are 4 LEDs, assemblies. You can't replace the bulb. So that was the diagnostic process. Feel free to scrutinize it. Write it in the comment section. Until next video. Here's an update on the 2020 Corolla hybrid. Approaching 500,000 miles. Let's go confirm that mileage and talk about some of the problems we're experiencing. This is a major problem. I have a headlight assembly out. I'll make sure you can see that. Right there, headlight malfunction. You can see that. Headlight malfunction, visit your dealer. Now I priced the headlight. I bought one from Amazon, but it was for the gasoline headlight, gasoline car. And I had to end up taking it back, and I just got the refund. This is over a month ago. It was some issues with the seller and Amazon. It was a little back and forth, but they finally got an email saying they refunded my money. I bought both headlights. They were $200 and I believe $30 for both of them together, left and right. And I was just going to buy one, but I said, you know what, might as well just buy both of them because they're the same age. Let's look at the headlight. So they're LEDs, so you can't replace the just one. This is the driver's side, left side, right there. Let's go over to passenger side. As you can see, it is out. So driving at night, you can see it's really dirty. Driving at night, it's slightly dimmer, but I'm getting through it. Police aren't really messing with me. I'm in Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland area driving. So state troopers, city police officers aren't really messing with me. Now when I approach, I'm a little, are they gonna pull me over? No. I've been getting away with it so far for over a month. I think over 2 months, I believe. All right, so that's the problem there. That's really the only problem. I'm gonna do an oil change today, and I have to do the transmission fluid. Well, it's really just a lubricant in the Toyota engines. So here, one day, I think I was doing an oil change, and I jacked the car up, and my battery went dead. So I had to walk to the nearest auto parts store to get a replacement battery. So even multimeter, the voltage said 9 volts. So my goodness. So I had to walk. Luckily, I had a dolly or a hand cart. I walked over there with that and purchased a overly expensive battery. I think this is like over $200, right? And it doesn't even fit the car, but you know, the electrical contacts, the cold cranking amps. This is actually a stronger battery than the original that was in there. And I said, let me just use it because I'm stuck home. Luckily, I was stuck home, and I had the money, so I just bought the same, well, a similar size battery. All right, this isn't the battery that's supposed to fit the car, but again, it's going to work as long as the contacts are the same. And I don't believe the cranking amps actually even matter, so long as they're not lower. All right, so but I try to get it, you know, within the close to it. And I forget exactly what the original was. I believe I have a picture of it, but that's not too important. So it fit, you know. Again, it's not like, well, it is actually kind of being held in there because of this, how this cable is designed. It's holding it in, the positive side, so it's gripping it. And yeah, the cable design is pretty much holding the battery still. There. I don't know if you can see that. See that plastic? It's creating tension. It's creating tension. You maybe can't see it, but the cables, how they're designed, it's creating tension, pulling it down, and it's holding the battery still. All right, so this is not the original battery. I had to improvise being stuck in the house and paid an overpriced battery. It was Advance Auto, and when I was buying this, somebody said, "Oh, Walmart had cheaper batteries." Well, I'm stuck in the house, so, and I have to go to work. All right. So, and I have this other issue. Did I mention this before? That I don't have any fenders. Oh, yeah. Don't have any fenders. So what happened was the tree hit the front of the car, and tree branch, and I rode over the tree branch, and it tore out a bunch of plastic. All right, I think you get that. All right, and it was a rainstorm. I think I was in Virginia. Torrential rain, and I made it to my destination and made it back. You know, with the bumper hanging off, plastic. I threw all the plastic into the car, got to my destination, and got back. I could have been killed, but I made it off the road. So I patched it up, got back on the road, made it back to Pennsylvania from Virginia. Torrential rainfalls. And the washer fluid tank, since it cracked. I can't really show you that right now. So debris got into the washer fluid tank, and as I used the washers, it sucked dirt up to this point. So the issue I have now, I can't use my washers. So I took this apart, and it's clearly the fluid's stuck here. It's stuck there. So I ordered from Amazon, and the ones I ordered from Amazon don't pass through liquid or air. So what I'm doing right now, I'm just pretty much just keeping the windshield as clean as possible by manually cleaning it. And I could just go to the dealer and price that. So I'll probably end up doing that. It's not really a priority. I'm getting by with the manual method, but I should take care of that. All right, I should take care of that, especially with the spring, summer. Well, spring now. Summer's coming up, and bugs, and doing a lot of driving. So I should take care of that. But I'm getting back past, just cleaning the windshield manually as of right now. So I think that's pretty much the update. Oh, did I show you the mileage? I didn't show you. Let's show the mileage. Did I show the mileage? I didn't show the mileage. Let's see. All right, they're still running, so I got to get that the transmission fluid changed. That'll be the next video, or the video after the next. 476,339. All right, so, and I have a connection issue here too. I've been having that for over a year. I don't know if it's going to show on the screen. It says the device connected is not compatible. That there. The device connected is not supported. I don't know what the hell that is. All right, that may be a Toyota thing, the software they're using. I think I have a friend that has a RAV4, but he can't even use his display. I think he might have found a workaround. But maybe similar software, even though the screens are different. He has a 2015 RAV4, this is a 2020 Corolla. But it has that message. That's not something that I really too much care about. All right, it's at end of life. 500,000 miles. Well, it's 475 now. 500,000 miles. It justifies me getting a new car. I was looking at the RAV4 hybrid. So we've been through. I could have got a comprehensive claim on this, but I chose not to. I just didn't want to go through any more claims because I had the title. I paid it off. Got this car brand new June of 2019, and we've been doing our deliveries slash Uber slash Lyft, and that's why we have so many miles. New York to Virginia for 2.5 years or 3 years, and then Pennsylvania, Delaware, Jersey for the remainder. And that's what we're doing now. So that's the update. I'll get on this oil change right now. Car had over 450,000 miles. So these will probably be the last wheel bearings, wheel bearing hub assemblies put on this car. coil spring anymore. I still feel some play on the coil spring, like I was before. Spin it. If it's bad, you can feel some vibration in the coil spring. It's supposed to be, there can be a little. This was super noisy. I think it's an accident or something. Yeah, this one broke down. Yeah, but I don't hear any wheel bearing noise. Just hear the engine. Yeah, we got those mileage. That's what it sounds like. All right, job is complete.